There are still one or two things I want to work on tonight and tomorrow night. Couple weird heat actions left to do. Um, I want to rework the hostesses to use gold champagne. I actually did one of the hostesses last night. I'm going to do the others tonight, I think is my plan. But yeah, I've reworked the route in kind of a lot of places. I actually discovered some interesting stuff about the game. Um, I'll try not to bore you with it, Theo. Sorry. during BA, but I know nobody cares. But uh, last night I found out this is like ridiculous. I mean, I kind of already knew this, but I found a new place where it's the case. Certain heat actions actually stack with each other. And what I mean by that is that, like, so for alpha, beta, and gamma drive, which are three different heat actions you do as Akiyama, if you gamma drive someone, it just gives you alpha and beta. You just do them all at the same time. So there's really no use in even bothering doing alpha and beta separately. You just wait until you unlock gamma and then gamma someone. Um, and that's not mentioned on Wikipedia anywhere, but that's good to know. And then I kind of expected that might be the case for that heat action. It turns out it is. But then it turns out there are three different weird Shinada heat actions as well. It's Essence of Iron Grip, Essence of Wall Pummeling, and Essence of Smashing are all, like, if you do Essence of Iron Grip on someone, it just gives you all three heat actions, which during my actual run, no one's gonna recognize those by name, sorry, but Essence of Iron Grip is just downed enemy next to a wall, and that's, you just press triangle, and it just does all three. And we actually spent kind of a long time during the first run trying to get Essence of Wall Smashing or Crushing or whatever I just said. One of those we spent a long time trying to figure out how to get it to happen, and it turns out you don't have to do it. You could just do this other one. It'll count for three, so that's good. That's not mentioned on Wikipedia anywhere or the game facts as far as I know. So I found that, and that's really good lore. I haven't tried that yet. I My practice saves are actually kind of bad in the early game. I think literally last night I overwrote my part 1 chapter 4 save. I think I would have to play through all of Kiryu's part up to the fire extinguisher in order to check that at this point. I have good chapter saves for everything the entire game except Kiryu's part for some reason. I'm gonna start racing the car now. I will. Oh right, we have 7-Up. We'll see if I can do the 7-Up thing. If I can't pull off the 7-Up race, then it's okay. I rerouted. Oh yeah, I big brain rerouted part of Saijima's hostess last night. First of all, you can gold champagne through a lot of things. Secondly, there's one have another situation where I want one specific heat action to be fast, and in order to get there, I had to reroute like a huge amount of other content completely unrelated, which I thought was interesting. There's a heat action in the game on Saijima where you rip like an electrical box out of the ground and then smash someone with it. It's called Essence of Iron Hammer, I want to say. An Essence of Iron Hammer requires you to do Tendo training, but the problem is that where I put Tendo training in the route, like there's no time to do it after Tendo training. There are no more fights that happen in the run that are near an electric box, so you can't do it. So I had to reroute a different sub-story to take place in the finale so that it can be post-Tendo. And then the reason why that finale can be rerouted, or why that sub-story can be rerouted into the finale, is because we are now making use of one of the hostess events to warp us close to it. So it's another, it's the same as something I did with Akiyama, I think? No. It's the same as something I did for one of the other hostesses, for Kiryu, where you can just, like, to get one heat action to happen in a good spot, we have to like reroute all kinds of shit around it. But it should be fast. It is a little bit questionable. Like whenever I do wonder, I'm pretty sure that what I've done is fast. The way I've routed things. I'm pretty sure it's fast, but it is kind of like, if I ever get a random encounter along Main Street, I can just, like in the later part of the run, I can just like do the heat action then, and then my whole reroute will have been for nothing. So I don't know, but I think we're gonna go faster with the heat actions overall. Yeah, I'm gonna spend a lot less time hesitating on heat actions. If you go into the spreadsheet and look at it, actually every night when I work on the spreadsheet, I can't help but notice someone, like it just, it's Google Sheets, so it has like anonymous animal. It doesn't tell me who it is, but someone keeps peeking in there. I'll be working on it and I'll see the anonymous animal icon show up in the corner, someone lurking my spreadsheet. But yeah, if you look in there, at this point, over 100 of the heat actions have specific fights they happen in, specific story fights, where it's like, it loses you no time. No, it doesn't show your profile. I have no idea who's been looking at my spreadsheet. It might just be Froob, honestly. Not to spoil another guy's stream content, but he's expressed interest. So we'll see. But yeah, most heat actions have a specific story fight they happen in where I can get them done quickly, I know for a fact. So it's all going to be a little bit fuzzy still because, and in fact, most heat actions have 2 story fights that they can happen in. So if it doesn't work in one place because of, my heat level or something, then it's fine. I usually have a backup place to do them in as well. Well, we're getting 0 points out of that, but I do not care. Wouldn't have saved me any time if I did get points out of it. And that race kind of seems hard.
I want to see us win the season, Ryan.
I won't disappoint you, Joe.
You disappoint me on a daily basis. That I don't care about. Just win some races, okay? Got a problem with you either, Ryan?
I watched the whole How Many Times Can You Pee in Heavy Rain video. It was a pretty good video.
Nice maneuver, Ryan.
There are multiple hidden toilets in the game. It's 13. I think the final count was 13. There are 13 different places in the game where you can pee. No, you cannot. There's actually a part of the video dedicated to that. Heavy Rain is a fascination of mine. What a video game. An absolute video game that actually got made and that critics approved of. Oh, whoop. Nope. I think we were already doomed there, but... Let's see. V8 supercars. Wish the game was a little better. I'm not really good enough at talking to explain what I find fascinating about the game. I think what it comes down to for me is like... Oh, they're making me qualify this time. That's annoying. It's like how seriously it takes itself and how high the budget is and how fancy and well done certain aspects of the game are, only for them to just completely beyond drop the ball with the writing. Where it's like, how did you make the game? Like, how at no point did you not realize that all of this writing, every aspect of the writing, from the story to the dialogue, is just like fucking terrible? Like, like how did it, at no point they're like, wait a minute, we're putting all this time and money and effort in to making like a giant piece of shit. And that just like fascinates me. It's just, there's just this like mismatch between the quality of the writing and the voice performances and all that stuff and the quality of literally everything else. Yeah. And for the record, I think the camera angles are fun too. I like how, you know, it's supposed to be a movie game. There's a lot of really fun fixed camera angles. That I think gives it like a... At times it feels like you're playing like a PS1 pre-rendered background game, but in 2010, which then also contributes to that mismatch where it's just like, what the hell is this? This is awesome. Why? It is full of vile undertones, but see, to me, that's just another part of it, where it's like... He's like the anti-Kojima, in a sense, where it's like, what if the game was a singular man's weird artistic vision, but instead of that singular man being Kojima, it's just this French asshole who's like a terrible person and just puts like fucked up weird shit in his game, like not in an endearing way though. It's just like, I don't know, that's interesting to me too. I think Indigo Prophecy is also bad. I'm really looking forward to playing it. Forming my own opinion on Indigo Prophecy. Yeah, it's on the Xbox. It's gonna happen. Are any of his games good? I don't think so. At this point, the only ones I've personally played are Heavy Rain and Omicron the Nomad Soul. And Omicron, kind of another case of a really fascinating idea for a game that nevertheless completely falls flat. That's not because of the writing, though. That's more of a gameplay issue. I think Omicron made David Cage swear off gameplay forever. I think that's when he realized he shouldn't make games where you have to actually play the game. 'Cause, like, damn. It has these, like, first-person shooter levels that are just, like, the worst FPS you've ever played. And there's, like, these fighting game sections that are just, like, also complete ass. But all of like the adventure game bits, like the puzzle solving and detective work, I think are really cool in that game. I still failed, dude. I can't qualify on this track. Send help. Actually, I think that was it. So I believe the game is called Fahrenheit. And then for the US release, they changed the name to Indigo Prophecy. You'd think it'd be the other way around, but US does not use Fahrenheit in this case. They should have called the game Celsius just for like absolute memes in the US, but they didn't. There is a director's cut of the game on PC, which I think is banned. I think that might be what you're thinking about, and I believe that the director's cut is banned on Twitch because it has nudity in it. That version's not on Xbox anyway, so. I still can't qualify. This is impossible. How? I need to win 2 more races. I need to win 2 more races. And then we unlock Lola. I hate that they're making me qualify at all. This sucks. This car does need more downforce. See how, like, I don't know, man. I hate this. Can I quit? Maybe I can just quit out and keep re-rolling until I get an email from a sponsor who doesn't make me have to qualify. Let's see, Euro Tour, V8 Supercars. There we go. You love to see it.
The unevenness of the track means we will
A sex scene with QTEs.
We should also be sure to
Oh
ease
boy.
high downforce, as good grip is also required.
That's David, all right.
Mackensen, welcome to my team.
That guy is like everything in life should be a QTE, even this.
Oh, don't sweat it. I had nothing planned today anyway.
So desu ka.
A0.
Too much time on your hand, yeah?
I
Only joking, Mackensen.
the line gets really blurred between sports trash and real game when you look into racing stuff.
At all times.
I don't play NASCAR games, but for some reason I am playing this, even though I think apparently this is also based on real racing circuits. So, why? What's the difference? Look at how much easier it is for me to take these turns when I'm not. You just apply maximum downforce. It's the only way to make the game playable. Imagine playing this with minimum downforce. That's like a challenge run you could do. Pro race driver, all cars modified to have 0 downforce. Check it out, I'm winning now. None of us are qualifying. Look at this. That qualifying lap of 125, none of us, not me and not any of the computers, were able to do it even close to that. The qualifying time that they were asking of me is just bogus. It's just nobody can do that. You'd have to be such a god gamer. Yes, Zero. Could you tell? I am very tired of this game. I just need to win 2 more races and then we unlock Lola. I want to unlock Lola so I can stop playing. That is a really bad mistake to make. Well, once I unlock Lola, I have to beat it, but... Shit, man, like, even with maximum traction on the road, it's still like... Playing this game is so miserable. I don't know. I really don't know why they make racing games like this when they don't have to. No one forced them at gunpoint to program the car physics this way. Because my engine is red, everyone's just passing me now, too. Why? Why? You know what? Rebooting the Xbox. Start it over. And yes, Toka 2 and 3 are on Xbox. This developer made like 10 Xbox games. This may seem like we're in hell right now, but this is only the beginning of probably like 100 hours of Codemasters racing that's in front of us here. Oh, sorry, I forgot to skip the big noise. I think I'm going to spend more hours playing these shitty Codemasters games than I'm going to spend in any franchise on the GameCube. TMNT was big, yeah. Although none of the TMNT games were long, so...
We want to make the suspension on the car quite soft. We should also be sure to have reasonably high downforce, as good grip is also required.
Kmart Racing? What year is this? I'm on Team Kmart Racing. I hope this team sticks around. I see good things in our future. I think Kmart is still around in Australia. And I think this is meant to be an Australian, like, race thing. I think someone mentioned or implied that yesterday. So, would make sense, but no, Kmart is not still around in the US, or I think the entire rest of the world outside Australia. It was owned by Sears, and Sears is not still around anymore. no ID. The game is just like this. It looks like this on my TV too. I think that my TV does have brightness cranked to 100 at all times. But, like here, you want me to turn this off and you can see it just... Hang on. There you go. Game is still extremely washed out. I don't know. I'm not really sure. Well, this is a lot darker on stream than it is what I'm actually seeing. But okay, I'll leave it like this then. This is pretty much doomed. Look at the difference between the pack in the back with me and then everyone up at the front. There's just like a big gap there.
Push on the points line. Keep going.
No. Technically, I don't have to win here. Like, what I could do, hear me out. Yeah, that already existed. I think I might just retire from every race. And we're just going to retire from every race and scope out the tracks and see which ones look easiest. I might not have to actually win this race. No. If you, like, you can redo the tournaments, the set of 6 races. You can just, like, well, we have to wait through all this bullshit. But if I go into the emails... You can see that they are offering me all 4. All 4 that are on my step of the pyramid. So, like, if I finish V8 Supercars, the one I haven't done yet, and I don't have enough points for Lola, I could go back and redo DTM and try to get a better score than 38 on it. Adelaide, Eastern Creek. There's no way to, like, move the arrow down and see all of the other, like, what those look like. This does sound like a bunch of Australian stuff, though. So we're going to scope it out. We'll see if this is any easier. I'm not going to save. I'm not going to save any of this, just in case. Well, if this track... Oh, I didn't set my downforce. But if this track doesn't have... Like, if this is like a town, you know, we're like in a city here. So, if there's no giant, like, sand pits on the sides of the tracks, then the punishment for screwing up a turn isn't that bad. So actually this one might be good to try to win. Those guys are now just gonna leave me behind. That sucks. That sucks. Nope. See ya. There's just a flat wall there, and if you if you don't make that turn, you literally just hold up. Hold the fuck up. Important phone call. All right, sorry. Yeah, super important about job shit. Had to deal with that. Hang on, let me write something down real quick. Okay, cool. We're good. Let's go.
It's quite tight and twisty here, Ryan, and there are some interesting drop-offs and cambers. I suggest a higher than average downforce setting is used.
Did I? Okay, yeah. The voice guy also suggests a higher than average downforce setting. Did you hear him there? I agree completely, friend. And no, I have not made it out of racing hell yet. That's no good. This track also seems hard. These might all be hard. I have to win 2 of them in order to unlock the big tournament. We are maxed on downforce, yes. How does he slow down so much and then make the turn? We need downer force. I need to, like, get a bunch of, like, heavy steel plates and put them in the back of my car. More friction. Can I get, like, a... I think I read about this or saw this somewhere once, that at some point in like the 1970s, there was some race car that had like a fan on the bottom. Someone was racing somewhere, a car they had designed that had like a fan to create suction with the road. Like there was like an air pocket under his car. And he would try to suction the car to the road with a big fan. I need to do that. This seems hopeless at this point. Retire from race. It's not going to be this one. Canberra. Maybe this. This looks easy. Not a lot of turns here. I still think that second track looks like it could work. Yeah, Canberra is the capital. You don't hear about it that much. I don't know if anyone really lives there. It's not one of like the big cities, I feel like. It's one of those like capitals that's actually not all that important as a city. Yeah. I am pretty sure that the AI is cheating. Generally. I think they're cheating. And I think this game is just impossible in general.
You've just started lap 2.
Nope, it's not going to be this one either. Too many weird little jagged moments. Okay, maybe this. Can games get a 0? A couple games have gotten a 0 before. I think I gave out 4 zeros on the GameCube. It was Digimon World 4, Metabots Infinity. Those are the 2 deserving zeros. And the 2 undeserving zeros were Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles and Blood Omen 2, Legacy of Kain. PMC, that's real easy for you to say when you haven't had to play it. Go ahead and stream a full playthrough of Metabots Infinity for the fans. Dude, look at me passing all of these losers. Look at me passing all of these losers. They don't know how to drive the car. Well, I'm pretty sure that everyone on Earth aside from PMC is on board with the Metabots Infinity 0. The other games might have more defenders, but Metabots Infinity has 1 defender on the entire planet, and it's him. That game is just straight up ass. It's really bad. This is 5 laps, so I assume they want me to pit at some point. I'm gonna wait and see if anyone else pits. Also, damn, my position sucks. The scores are not that serious. That's true as well. Dude, that's better. Just crashing through the center like that is in fact better than taking the turn. I passed that guy. I'm in 3rd now too. That means you have to pit. That means there is pitting in this. The only 0 that I gave pretty non-seriously was Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles. I have a really long-standing grudge against that game. And the ending was just like... The whole ending sequence is so bad that, like, it kind of deserves it, but I don't know. Gameplay. The ending of Crystal Chronicles has this stupid final boss. You have to sit through so much stuff to get to, like, the true final boss. There's this whole level you have to go through that's it's incredibly slow and tedious to play casually. As, like, one person without friends. It's this really bad level you have to go through. And you get to the end of it, and then there's, like, a 4-phase boss fight that you have to do, which is like, okay, you do the 4-phase boss fight, but then it turns out that was only the first of 3 final bosses. Boss number 2 was kind of stupid, but there was a trick to make him really easy. Then there was like a quiz intermission where they started grilling you about like the cutscenes that played during the game, which the cutscenes that play, oh my god, what happened there? The cutscenes that play during the game are like the most irrelevant, stupid, and pointless cutscenes that you could even imagine. They're and they're like asking you questions about them. Like, you're like, who tried to steal the bread from you on, whatever street? And it's like, I don't fucking know. That happened 15 hours ago, and I never saw that guy again. I don't even know who that was. But I guess at some point he said his name. So the quiz is dumb, but that's not the problem. The problem is what happens after the quiz. What happens is, okay, this has to be one of the wins, right? This looks really easy. This is the 6th race, by the way, so we have to win something that I've declared unwinnable previously. Oof. But, what was I just saying? Oh yeah, the true final boss. After the quiz, you get to the true final boss, who's this dude that has totally different mechanics from the entire rest of the game that they don't bother attempting to explain to you. So it's this weird fight where you have to he's like stealing your memories, which are represented by orbs, of course. And then you have to like cast a spell on the orbs to turn them into like other memories that you then like use. I don't remember exactly anymore, but it's this weird involved process where you don't have to do anything remotely like this in the entire rest of the game. And you only have a couple attempts to figure it out, because if you run out of memories, it hard game overs you back to the main menu, and you have to do every single one of these bosses and the stupid level all over again. You legit lose like an hour and a half of progress if you don't figure out what to do on this final boss quickly enough, which of course did happen to me, because I don't know what to do on this guy. There's absolutely like no context clues. It's just like, it just sucks. It just sucks a whole lot. So yeah, not that ending kind of angered me into giving the game a 0, but to be honest, the night before I had already programmed 0 in so that I would be able to give it a 0. It's Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles. The entire rest of the game also just like drives me up a wall for other more subjective reasons. Yeah, if I could have given that game a 0, I probably would have. I didn't have zeros as a thing yet. X2 Wolverine's Revenge is very, very, very bad.
Great driving line, that's a lap record.
Game should not be played by anyone. Well, okay, so I think I know where we're at. We have to win. We have to win that race that looked like it was mostly like taking place in a town, and we have to win this race. Those are the two that I'm targeting. Yeah, I mean, Baten Kaitos. Baten Kaitos is kind of a fun stream. I don't like hate JRPGs. It's not, I feel like I'm known as a JRPG hater. And personally, I don't like them that much. I don't really play a lot of them casually. But it's far from my least favorite genre, you know? So I'll play a 40-hour long JRPG, and I'll have parts to complain about, but overall, I think that the Baten Kaitos games, both of them, were really like fun and worthwhile playthroughs. Fight a ship. That sounds like you're talking about Skies of Arcadia. Fight a ship.
The unevenness of the track means we will probably want to make the suspension on the car quite soft. We should also...
I'll probably want to make the suspension soft. No. I gave both Bot and Kaitos games 2s, and that's a very subjective 2. Hey, Crazy. That's a very subjective 2, though. Like, if you're a JRPG enjoyer, you will like those games a lot more than I did. That's not like, this game is bad. It's actually bad. This is like, no, personally, not really. Personally, I had enough problems with it, though there was a lot of times when I had a lot of fun playing both games as well. Like, you can't deny, for as bad as some of those bosses in Bot and Kaitos Origins were, it's hard to top the feeling of beating a boss fight like that. Spending an entire stream with the goal of beating one boss, and then you finally do it. It's like, fuck yeah. But also, that doesn't really excuse it, but, you know. The post-bullshit euphoria is good, exactly. It might have been the hardest game for me. You know, depends on your skill set. I'm sure there are lots of people out there who don't consider Bot and Kaitos Origins to be noteworthy in its difficulty. It just, you know, is what it is. But to me, that was ludicrously hard. Shoutouts to Ludicrous. To me, that game was very hard compared to, like, F-Zero GX, which is, like, a conventional answer for, like, what's a really hard game. It's like, oh, F-Zero GX is a really hard game. Personally, I have no trouble just, like, playing through F-Zero GX, and I've done it on very hard mode and stuff like that, so... It was more than one boss that was like that, Roberta. The Hollow Bird took pretty much an entire stream, and then the final boss took pretty much an entire stream. The final boss with the tentacles, the winning attempt on that was like an hour and a half of straight, no pauses, just like extreme gaming. Yeah, this turn is extremely punishing. I have to get that turn. Someday I'll improve at Ikaruga. The fact that I needed like 8 credits to beat the game just feels pretty bad. I think that if I just looked up how to deal with the wheel in level 4, that was the big problem. The meme wheel in level 4 was just like, damn. I think the rest of the game I could learn and execute correctly. I mean, I was beating the first 3 levels without losing a life, or at least I had the capability to. But then once I hit level 4 and there's that like stupid wheel section, it just, everything immediately goes to shit. Oop, forgot to give myself the downforce, whatever. But yeah, the shmups were fun. There's a couple shmups we're gonna do on Xbox. There's, I think I added, I'm actually not sure if I added Castle Shikigami 1, but that is on Xbox. Cyvarrior 2 is on Xbox, and some other game called Zionide is on Xbox. Car cannot turn. Need downforce.
Despite Adelaide being a street circuit, it has a very long straight, so make sure the car has quite high downforce.
It's done-ish. It's like, at this point, I need to fix a couple hostesses. Wait. No, okay, yeah. At this point, I just need to fix a couple hostesses. Specifically, Saijuma's host. I would like to do a little bit of looking into Akiyama's host as well, though I'm not sure if I can. Akiyama's host still happens at a point in the route when we don't have any money. So even though Akiyama's host is, I believe, currently the longest host in the run, I don't actually think I have the money to speed it up, unfortunately. Why Kiryu's went weird in the run. If you mean Kiryu's, like, finale cleanup when we went to his city, I did completely rework that section of the route. The reason why it went weird is because there was no route. The reason why I went weird is because there was effectively no route. So I have fixed that. There is now a route. I fucked up on the same turn, dude. It takes so long to reset this. And then that turn is just like a killer. Because they're never going to screw that turn up. But it's specifically designed where, like, if you don't take it, there's like a pocket you go into. It's not just like there's a big, you know, grass thing on the side. There's like an actual pocket where you will go into a walled off box from which there is no escape. Oh yeah, I did rework both of Kiryu's hostesses as well. I think. I played through both of them in their entirety with my notes and it worked, so it should work. But yeah, was that Kiryu's hostess that went completely off the rails?
The unevenness of the
One of the
track means that you'll
hostesses
probably wanna make
was
the
like an
suspension
absolute
quite
shit
soft.
show.
We should also be sure to have reasonably...
Mr. McCann, we look forward to being impressed by your performance once again. I know you won't let us down.
Yeah, she doesn't know me. She does not know how many times I've reset the Xbox in pursuit of winning even one race in this game. I put you in the grass. Why don't you care? Well. I'm literally sticking that guy in the grass and he doesn't lose any speed from it. Like, this is just... They're just cheating. They're just very blatantly cheating.
Every point is valuable, Ryan. Keep going.
You're in the grass. You're in the grass. Do you see how fast I lose speed when I go in the grass? Only for this guy to just shrug it off like it's nothing. That guy literally just sacrificed himself to take me down. I was relying on him to tell me when to brake. And he was just like, I'm not gonna brake. I'm the one computer who's gonna screw up a turn once. Because I know that you're watching my taillights. Just... Shit. The one time I rely on the computer to tell me when to brake. And he does that. Just slam face first into the wall, ruining his chances of winning the race, but also ruining mine. Well, the odds of us getting to keep this point is really low, but we are getting a point here. 5th place is in the money. That's a point. It's 2 points even. I think that what I may do is if we choke Adelaide here, I'm going to save anyway. Because there's no sense in like restarting this tournament when I can start the tournament from the start as many times as I want later. I might as well keep that 2-pointer and see if I can like get the rest of the points I need later. That does help a tiny bit. That brings me down from needing 2 first places to needing a first place and a second out of the remaining 5. So that's something, I guess. Dumb turn here. I think the problem is that because the wall is so far back, The dumb turn really doesn't look like... It comes up on you a lot faster than you think it will. At least for me. Oh good, there's a second one. There's a second really bad turn. The fact that this is just an unrecoverable position honestly like ruins this game so hard. You screw up one turn and the race is irrecoverably fucked. And that just sucks. That sucks so much. In a game where getting a turn to work is like an extreme precision job, if getting one wrong ruining your entire race and sending you back potentially like 10 minutes is just like, what the fuck? Why do they make the game that way? Like, actually, why? Thanks for the assist. Here comes the dumb turn. Here comes dumb turn number 2. Look how far ahead first and second are. Like, how hopeless. How beyond hopeless. Currently back here in a fight to the death with 9th place. Hello? Hello? Welp. Hello? I can't turn? I don't have a tire. My tire is just straight up gone. Well, what do you want me to do about that? Alright. Good one. Good one, dude. Also a good one. The chat's full of jokes today. Yo, thanks for the raid, Angelo. This game... I really do feel out of words for this one. It just... This game, man. Cool. Cool. It's over. Not gonna get points from there. I think what was it? Was it Bathurst where we were like, that one? The mountainous track is the one that seems like it might be my best shot at actually winning something. Look at everyone just passing me at the start. Their cars are just better than mine. What? It's already over. It's already over in under 10 seconds. Goodbye. We'll never know if that race is good or not because it's over in under 10 seconds. This game is extremely brutal. It's probably the most punishing racing game I've ever played. It's probably the most precise and the most punishing, which is like a real 1-2 punch.
Take care, Ryan. There could be debris on the track ahead.
Hope I'm not doing PGR. I'm doing PGR alright. I did. I've played a decent chunk of PGR2 before, and I don't remember that being that bad. How did that guy just pass me and I stayed in second? Oh, didn't realize there's a turn here. That's no good. Well, he's also in a lot of trouble. This is going to be like a 10-minute long race, by the way. Why aren't you turning? Did I lose a tire again? I did. I had a tire last I fucking checked, but okay. This game is driving me insane. How... Like... No, there's no difficulty options. Trust me, if there were difficulty options, this game would have been going on like Ultra Baby, you know, tell me a story mode. I'd be getting the difficulty option where when you hover over it, there's a picture of Ryan Tapioca McCain in like a bib and a bonnet, like when you play Wolfenstein. Oh look, it's the fucking pit. Who did, like, literally who designed this? Literally who is like, yeah, we should put an entire mile of sand here, so that if you screw up this turn, you get sent into the next fucking county. Like, why? Let's see. I'm gonna double check that, by the way. Bonus. I mean, there are just cheat codes. You know, I have to know. I have to know. I'm not saying I'm gonna use them. I am saying I have to know. At this point, I just have to know. The hell? The codes are different from disc to disc. Has no one, like... This is so stupid. So people have written down their codes for their copy of the game, but nobody has the 9836 codes, and nobody's reverse engineered, like, the hashing function on this either. You can't eat... That is so... You know, to be honest, though, I don't even think these cheats would help. It looks like there's all cars, all championships, all pro challenges, all tracks. None of that matters. There's something called different handling, and there's something called no damage. Those two would perhaps work. But yeah, no... Honestly, now I want to know. I want to know how the... I want to know how the cheat function works. Why... Because that's bullshit that people don't... Because there are, you know, 9,999 different numbers, it looks like. And people don't know the cheats for all of them. So the vast majority of players can't look up the cheats. The handling cheat makes it a more hardcore sim? Oh my god. That is such horseshit. Like, unreal. How come I didn't get to keep my 2 points, by the way? Like, where's my 2 points that I earned? I earned those. Should I just do DTM? Should I just redo DTM and just see if we can do that better? DTM, all of these Australia tracks just seem really hard.
Here at Hockenheim, the straights are short and the bends are tight. Quite high downforce and short gear ratios are my recommendation.
No, that's the thing. If there was like a, if there was some kind of cheat that was like,
I want to see us win the season.
you know, car can now actually turn correctly cheat code,
That I don't care about. Just win
then
some
at
races,
some
okay?
point I would maybe get desperate enough to consider using that. But a cheat that's just like, here's the beat a game button, I'm not gonna do that. Yeah, if there's like a make it play like Ridge Racer button, then you know I'm all over that. I would happily, I think at this point I would probably hit the make it play like Ridge Racer button, because God knows I wish I were playing Ridge Racer right now. Wow, 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 wow. It doesn't even matter. Nothing matters. Like, I don't think I can get more points out of Euro and American All-Stars. European Tour was 46. AAS was 54. That's almost all wins. So So there's definitely no getting more points out of either of those. It's either DTM and somehow, I mean, to get 18 more points out of DTM, like, hang on, can I exit? What? How'd I end up back here? Wait. Oh. Man, that's weird. But, what was I just saying? I've totally lost track. Never mind. Oh yeah, I was gonna check, I was gonna check something. I remember what I wanted to see. But once I inevitably lose this race, I'll quit out and we'll check it. I feel like I found like a weird bug in the game to unretire from a championship though. The fact I was able to get back into this one where I have 2 points. It seems like if you enter a championship, then retire from the garage, and then don't save, then when you go to your computer, it re-enters you into the last thing that you did have saved, instead of bringing you back to the... How did that already destroy my entire engine? Like, come on. If you're gonna pretend to be a simulation game, at least make a little bit of sense. How is that my entire engine? And then there we go, now we lose. Yeah, so we have 38 out of DTM, 38 out of 60. So, like, to get the remaining 18 from DTM, we would have to come in first in basically every race. So I don't think we can actually get the points from DTM. It's gotta be V8 supercars. But yeah, check this out. I hit exit, I hit continue. And when I come back to career, we're now back in Australia. That's like a quick way. That's actually a faster way to reset the championship. I don't have to reboot the console every time to retry this race. That's actually kind of huge tech that I just discovered, and I kind of think it's a bug because it doesn't make any sense. I wonder if I'll get... I'm not sure how you get one-day events to spawn in. We had that 7-up one-day event, which kind of seemed unwinnable, so I just, like, let it go. But I wonder if I just, like, enter and then retire from enough championships, if more one-day events will show up. And if the one-day events are possibly easier than what I'm trying to do in Australia. I think a part of my problem a lot of my problem is just that I've lost all patience for this game as well. Like I could be taking these turns slower, I'm having a hard time being careful on every turn 10 hours into this game. Having a hard time playing it with the care I need to. Okay. No, I got hit from behind, so I couldn't slow down there. Well done. Try to get a podium place now as I fall back into 9th. Rory, this game has at least another 5 hours in it. We're not even remotely close. I haven't scored a single point today in an hour and a half. I think this game is my divine punishment for how quickly I was able to beat Amped. Other people's Amped playthroughs all take like 40 plus hours. Why did my car just straighten out there when I'm holding left on the fucking stick? Come on. I don't even know what happened there. I feel like the controls just broke or something. I was holding left and I was turning left, and then suddenly the car gave up on turning and just went straight into the grass. But yeah, most people seem to take like 40 hours to beat Amped, and I was able to do it in 20. So now, most people can do this game in like 10, 15 hours, and it's gonna take me 40. Come on, okay. Yo, hey Shiny Goomba. Yeah, this is, they made quite the decision with how the cars handle in this game. It's so easy to just have the steering completely lock up. It's so awful. The punishment for it is like what this game needs. There are so many ways to fix the game. You don't even have to do like a complex change to the driving model. Just add a little bit of reverse rubber banding. Just a little bit of like, if you're getting killed, the people in front of you should slow down a tiny bit so that you can get back in the race. A lot of racing games implement this. You know, obviously most racing games have some form of rubber banding. But a lot of racing games have reverse rubber banding as well, so that if you fall behind, it's not like you're instantly just dead and the rest of the race doesn't matter. You know, just do that. Just a little bit of reverse rubber banding would, I think, make this game a much less awful experience, because even if it controls like ass, you know, it's not so punishing. Yeah, I'm not really sure that the damage system matters that much. I've won plenty of races with a red engine, which is like the most broken engine possible to have. I think that as long as you don't damage yourself so much that your tire falls off, which just happened to me, I think as long as that doesn't happen. I feel like I'm gonna have to win in Canberra. Like, that track is super annoying. Yo, Spy Hunter's a good game. Enjoy that. Spy Hunter was actually a really fun game on GameCube. I think there are sequels on Xbox, so I'm looking forward to playing those. Well, I think there's 2 Spy Hunter games on Xbox that weren't on GameCube. One of them is Spy Hunter 2, and then another one is like a Spy Hunter like movie game for a movie that got canceled, I think. That one might be bad, but Spy Hunter 2 is probably going to be good because the first one was good. They've got a good like formula worked out with the first one, I feel. The whole like linear high action driving level where you have missions to complete within it, I think is a fun idea. Definitely worth it to just gun it through that section. Been using my GameCube list? Oh no. Beware my rating system, it's a little bit questionable. Making you want to play Burnout? Yeah, this game... I do really... like, I generally like racing games. That's the thing. I was actually excited to play this because I like racing games. But this has just been a really bad time. And this makes me want to play an actual good racing game. 85 gigabytes? Oh my god. I saw screenshots from it. And yeah, it does. Like nowadays devs will just like scan in. They'll just like scan in 3D assets and then not bother doing any level of optimization to it, and the end result will be like a 100 gigabyte game that only looks marginally better than the 360 version. Hey, Marjovic. Yeah, Outrun 2. Outrun 2 is the undisputed king on the Xbox, for sure. Tire gone. Rip race. I can't even do, like, one lap. Like, the problem with that track feels like it should be winnable, except I cannot finish a lap without losing a tire. No, I like good racing games. The problem is that simulators, the developers have all taken their head and then expertly maneuvered it straight up their own asshole, and they've just produced the worst unfun pieces of shit you could imagine, and they've somehow convinced themselves it's good. This proved your point? I don't think so. I'm just saying, like, separate from, like you wouldn't want me, like, if I'm like, I made, like, a simulation cooking game, right? Simulation cooking game where, you know, level 1 is to slow cook a turkey. And so what you have to do is you have to, you know, maneuver your hands like it's Surgery Simulator, whatever that game was called. And once you get the turkey in the oven, you now just have to sit there with the game open for like 12 hours. People will be like, no, I don't care that it's an accurate simulation of slow cooking a turkey. You've made a shit game. That's how I feel about simulation driving games. This is not conducive to a good game. This is just bad. You've just simulated a bad game. Well, they don't have to because they don't take damage like we do. And I think they do technically because I've seen cars pit on tracks where you don't have to pit, which I think means that they're programmed to pit when they take enough damage, which I think means that they do take damage. But major like car collisions among the computers is rare. They kind of just seem to shrug everything off. Unlike me, where you're dead if the other cars decide to kill you. You just have to pray it doesn't happen. I low-key feel like this race is winnable, by the way. I was doing kind of okay on it the last attempt or two. It's just gotta really finesse the turns. Two or 2006. Well, I've played a lot more of 2. I have played some 2006. And like, I don't know. There's a handbrake turn, by the way. I just tapped B as short of a time as I could. I just hit it with like the 1 frame B press, and that's what it does. So that's why I don't use the handbrakes in this game. You know, there is a game, there's an N64 racing game. Shit, what's it called? It's one of the Top Gear games that has a bunch of like joke cars in it you can drive. One of them is like a horse on a wooden platform with wheels. It's like the horse doesn't move. The horse is like a horse statue, but it's like on a wooden platform that drives. I think one of them is a hot dog with wheels. I think one of them is an N64 controller. Is that Top Gear Overdrive? There's a Aero Gauge also, or Aero, not Aero Gauge, Aero, yeah, Aero Gauge is the one with the N64 controller. Yeah, right. Top Gear had the N64, like, N-Cube as a playable car. And no relation to the British guys. Not that Top Gear. It turns out there was a series of racing games back in the day called Top Gear that had no relation to the extremely popular TV show Top Gear. I'm not really sure how that happened. Like legally, I'm not sure how that was allowed to happen, but that's what happened. Show didn't kick off till 2003. Okay. I'm not a car guy, so I've never seen a single episode of that show. But I know that it's like the car guy holy grail. The car guy Bible. Get out of here, Ford credit. Can't you see I'm gaming here? No, my tire! I was winning! Ah! Oh, this race is winnable, dude. This race is actually winnable. I never had an issue with the tires popping off in the game until we got to these Australian circuits. Australian tires are built different, not in a good way.
Nice maneuver, Ryan.
I'm starting to wonder if the strat is not necessarily that any of these races are winnable, but that to get 18, I have to put together like a patchwork performance of a bunch of like thirds and fourths across the entire like 6-race circuit, you know? Like, instead of relying on a 10-point win, we get like a second and a third or something. Listen. My native language is Japanese, okay? I had to learn English and I'm still not very good at it.
You, man!
Come on, come on. No, 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 it's over. Exactly, that's why I swear so much. I learned how to speak English from playing the Yakuza 1 dub. True masterpiece of cinema, the Yakuza 1 dub. My beloved. This is already fucked. I think I should probably win this. I feel like this is a track we go for the win on, you know? I'm in 5th, but I've made some bad mistakes. I was in 2nd before I made those mistakes, which made it my best. Like, this is my best track right now. I have a hard time finishing more than one lap of it, but it's my best track right now for sure, I think. All the parts of my car just flying around. Yeah, that just seems like, okay, pulled it off. Oh, I was actually in first there for a second. I see. And now we're dead. Now we're dead. I feel like it's the exact same turns every single time, no matter how many times I do this. It's not that I don't know they're coming or that I don't know what to do. It's that they just don't work. You just cannot make the car turn like that unless you're the computer and you're cheating. This turn should be illegal. Like, what is that? There's actually just like a hard 90-degree turn that's barely wide enough to even fit your car through. It's like, yeah, you should be able to make this in the middle of a race. That is just an actual death trap. 1 lap, by the way. Car already basically shot after 1 lap. Like, I say that like, oh, I think this one's the winnable one, but really, I can't even finish any of these races because of the tires. And if you pit, you're coming in 20th because these guys aren't pitting. This is where the no damage cheat would come into play if the cheats weren't locked behind a phone line that got disconnected 20 years ago. There goes the tire. It's over. So I can finish like a lap and a half of that. Oh, fuck. I just saved. Well, those 2 points are gone. Those 2 points on Phillip Island are gone now. Man.
There may be some debris on the track ahead of you, Ryan. Take care.
Like, I think this would be one of the winnable tracks if I could actually finish more than 1 lap of it. But I have to I have to finish 5 laps of this. Just seems extremely hard. Die. I have to spend so long. I have to sit in the pit for 35 seconds. So, like, I'm just coming in last. I'm just gonna be in last out of this pit. It's over. I'm losing like 30 seconds on everyone because of this. I do know my access code, yes. I have the code. Do you know somehow? Because they're not on GameFAQs. GameFAQs only has cheats for like 15 or so of the 9,999 codes. Oh, someone did figure it out? Hell yeah. Let's go. Now I don't have to do it. Unironically been thinking this stream, like, what if someone reverse engineered it? What if I reverse engineered it? Maybe this is how I learned how to do that. No, I don't have to. This guy got me covered. So yeah, after, oh. That's funny. Well, Silent got on that. Actual legend of gaming. Okay, that seems like a safer place to take that grass at. Rather than all the way on the left.
You're on lap 3.
Yeah, that's really greedy of them to force you to pay, where I assume they charge you per minute. Just absolutely no regard to how that would age as well. Like, you guys aren't keeping that hotline up forever. These cheat codes are going to disappear into the void, never to be seen again unless some turbo nerd wants to go and reverse engineer your game, which they definitely weren't thinking of at the time. Like, I already bought the game. Don't make me also jump through these hoops to get the codes. Yeah, for that fleeting moment, the shareholders were happy, and the company went out of business anyway. Actually, I think they're still around. I think Codemasters got bought by someone and is still out there making bad racing games to this day. Yeah, Goomba, they, This is not the realism mode. This miserable gameplay where you have to, like, finesse turns like a god in order to get anything to happen. This is like the cartoon mode. Real sim mode is probably like the cars just outright don't turn and you just lose.
That's a record lap, Ryan.
Doesn't Turn 10 make all the Forza games? They're the Forza people. I think they trade back and forth, like the main numbers, and then the Horizon ones might be a different dev or something. Horizon is Playground, yeah. No idea who that is, but they make Horizon. Make of the Horizon. And there goes the tire on lap 4. Okay, so let's see. Let's see. My code is 9836. All right. Invincible Cars is AHH VWE Wait, hang on. I wonder how they implemented this, because when we go into bonus, the cheat is called no dent, but no dent, like it's not a substitution cipher because the code was AHH and the HH correspond to the OD, which are different letters, so it's not so simple. However, they decided to do that. There's an article on it. Yeah, definitely might check that out later. Because I am a bit curious. This has been done by others decades ago. Race Driver 3 is different. They switched to an asymmetric generator using RSA. What the fuck? Oh my god. Talk about overkill. Well, I would hope that obtaining the private key is trivial once you're decompiling the game. Key's gotta be in there somewhere, right? Maybe the key is derived using some tricky method, but key's gotta be in there somewhere. Oh, no, okay, yeah, I see. No, you're right. Yeah, I wasn't thinking about that right. Good point. Sorry, I promise I know how encryption works, I'm just not thinking. So that's definitely not how we want to hit the grass. Well, this'll help a tiny bit, but only a tiny bit. And at this point, I think we're honestly just screwed, because I accidentally saved. I think we're just screwed because of that anyway. Nah, this game has a story mode, I have to beat it. I'm already cheating, I have to beat it. The only other game I've ever resorted to cheats to finish was X2 Wolverine's Revenge. There was one level in that game that was just beyond ridiculous. But this is game number 2. I officially give up on doing this without the no damage sheet. And it's still going to be really hard. Like, why does it do that? Literally, like, the steering just locks up. I was barely braking, and it's just like, no. Your turn has been disabled. You got fucking EMP'd by one of the other drivers. Sorry. Die. I was planning to do Yakuza 5 Hundo on Sunday, assuming that I would finish this game by then. But now I'm not so sure. We might be... I'm not postponing Yakuza 5. Hell no. Yakuza 5 is happening. But, I'm just gonna pit on lap 4. Or I'll pit on the next lap or something like that. Doesn't really matter. I'm hoping that they all have really long pits compared to me because of the damage. And that gets me the win here. That's what I'm relying on. But we might be doing Yakuza 5, having not actually finished this game yet. Well, I just lose anyway. I don't think the car recovers from this position. Oh, there we go. I love a good simulation. I don't even know why they bother programming stuff like that in, because if that happens to your car, this race is 100% unwinnable. If that happens, you just have to quit anyway, so really, who cares if there's a recovery option? You can't recover. Alright, so this is a more accurate picture of how I'm currently doing in this race. 12th. I'm definitely going to stop driving through that dirt patch back there because it seems bad. This dirt patch should, if I can just like find the spot that you drive through that doesn't cause your car to flip all over the place, then this dirt patch is definitely a good shortcut. I think it's like here. No, it kind of just seems like there's actually no consistent way. Like, did you see what I did to that guy? And he's fine. Did you see what I did to that guy? And he wins that engagement. And then I can't make a simple turn. If that happened to me, my car would no longer exist. All 4 tires would have just disintegrated. They wouldn't have even fallen off. They'd have disintegrated. So I think the problem is just that you can't really see the contour of the grass well enough, but there's a bunch of like little bumps that just make it kind of impossible for me to drive over the grass consistently. Even though if you do make it over the grass without flipping, it's way faster. I think the problem is that you can't consistently do that. Probably, yeah. Give you the enticing shortcut and then put a bunch of bumps you can't see. That just make it impossible to actually use the shortcut. If I do that with a bit of a better angle going in, that could work. But at this point, everyone is pitted, and I'm in 13th, so that's pointless. I might just be unable to beat this game. I don't know. I was able to beat all 470 GameCube games just by sheer luck that I was able to do it. None of them were hard. This might just be unwinnable for me. I don't know. I kind of feel like I could play this for another 20 hours and not beat it. And I will. I will play it for another 20 hours if I have to, but I feel like I could be playing this game for an infinite amount of time and never come close to beating it. There's something about this turning that I don't understand that other people do. The cars really just seem like they can't turn. I'm holding left on the stick right now, for example, and yet the car doesn't turn. It doesn't even, like, pretend it's trying to turn. The car just continues to drive in a straight line. and it has to be V8 supercars. I have to win these. There's no other way. I can't qualify on this. I'm not even going to bother. I have to mash through these ones. I'm losing those 2 points, but I lost those 2 points when I accidentally saved. Okay.
Here at Hockenheim, the straights are short and the bends are tight.
Is there
Quite
anything
high
else I can
downforce
adjust
and
here that
short
lets my
gear
car
ratios are my
turn?
recommendations.
Would the anti-roll help me turn? The brake bias help me turn?
I want to see us win the season, Ryan.
I won't disappoint you, Joe.
You disappoint me on a daily basis. That I don't care about. Just win some races, okay?
Is this V8 supercars? Hang on. I think I entered into the wrong thing here. This is this track. No, this is in Germany or something. This is wrong. Yeah, you can tell from the name. I do kind of wonder what they mean by this. Every single email says for a team ranked 3rd last season. Does that mean they're giving me a weak car? I've kind of been wondering this, like, for a team ranked 3rd last season, like that's bolded for some reason. Compared to this, we came 4th last year. This says our current ranking is 3rd. This one doesn't say anything about that. But it makes me wonder, should I be like resetting this for a team ranked 1st so that I can join the top ranked team so that I can have the best car?
The unevenness of the track means we will probably want to make the suspension on the car quite soft. We should also be sure to have
Maken-san, welcome to my team.
Okay. You have no idea how hard I'm locking in right now, dude. You have no idea. Fuck off, dude. This is my chance. One more.
Final lap line, keep ahead of him.
No, no, no. How? How are you passing me on the straightaway like that and then just parking in front of me? How? You cheater. You fucking cheater. Oh my god, it's over. You fucking cheater. Have you ever seen something so blatant? I have. I've played City Racer. But... come on. Now I'm just tilted. Now, like... unfucking believable, dude. Come on. That is so frustrating. This car is the car, though. This is 100% it. No, it's over, but this is the car. This is the car. There's something better about it. But, like, god fucking damn it, dude. Come on. I've been playing this game for 11 hours, Zero. I've been playing for 2.5 hours today, and I haven't been able to place better than 5th in any race. I placed in 5th one time, and I haven't been able to come close to replicating that. It's 100% this car, though. This is... whatever this team is, they've got some kind of, like, magic god tier car, and this is how it's gonna be. Oh. Oh. Where the hell am I? What is this? Get me out of here. No, I have to beat the game. Sorry. I know it's boring. I know it's an extremely boring game. But I do have to beat it. This guy's gonna make me sit through the oh, no, he's not. Oh, this is the guy. Okay. This is the guy.
The unevenness of the track means we will probably want to make the suspension on the car quite soft. We should also be sure to have reasonably high downforce, as good grip is...
Okay, well, I'm gonna step away for a minute. I gotta pee. I'll be back in a sec, and then, don't worry about my mental health. Too late for that. But I'll be back in a sec, and we'll give this another go. I can win this race. We have to. I'm hard locking in that we have to win this first race. But yeah, I'll be right back. Okay, let's go. I wish I could like save here and then just rapidly reload this save instead of it being such an involved process.
Okay, kid, it's you and me again. What do you say we show them all what we do to the competition? I got a bunch of guys on my back looking for a win. Now don't let me down.
He is giving track specific advice there, so I think it's kind of helpful. But you know, I mean, he's telling me to add downforce, and I am adding downforce. So he also says light suspension or soft suspension or whatever wording he wants to say there. And I haven't been doing that though. I don't think his advice matters in that regard. Like I don't. Oh yeah, because I rebooted the game. I have damage again. Well, that's fine. What was I just saying? Oh yeah, like I've been ignoring that advice, and I don't think it's made a difference. Really, to win, I just have to execute the turns. Nothing else is really causing me to lose other than bad execution of the turns, and also that guy cheating on the last lap on that last race. I was in first, dude. Literally, I have never focused harder in my life on a video game, and then that guy just cheated. He got in front of me, and then he slammed the brakes, and then I crashed into him, and he didn't care at all, and I went flying. This car is 100% the play, though. This car can actually turn. Yo, what's up, Chris? Yeah, I mean, I'm listening to half of his advice. I think half of his advice is really good, and the other half of his advice is not that important. Yeah, I mean, I've really just been complaining about the turning in this game for the last 10 hours. It really is that bad. Not sure how I'm going to be able to get into first again here. But third is definitely a step up over what I had saved in the past. If I can get like a third, that would be also really cool. Because then I could do third, first.
I see one final push to improve your position.
This turn got me twice. It's over. This is clearly winnable though. This is clearly very winnable. Like more so than the other races, which I said were winnable, but then couldn't come close to winning. This one is winnable and I'm close to winning it. Just so we're all on the same page, this is not to win the game, by the way. Like, I win a race here, and then I win another race, and then we unlock the final tournament, which I then probably have to win overall, which probably means winning like 4 more races. I didn't look at what Lola was, but I think this is a solid candidate for new longest Xbox game. It has to overtake Amped, which was I think 22 hours. It has to beat Amped. Oh, sick. They're just giving me the car now. Perfect.
The unevenness of the track means we will probably want to make the suspension on the car quite soft.
I'll try it. Suspension on the car quite soft.
High downforce, as good grip
Stiffness.
is also required.
Soft, 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 quite soft. We'll try his full advice and see if this helps. This game is probably going to beat Amped. I think this is going to be longer than Amped.
Hello, Mr. McKinn. It is a pleasure to be working with you once again. This is a very important season for the team and its investors, as we wish to increase our market value.
You have something in your eyes, Ryan?
Amped is basically the Extreme Sports equivalent of this game. Controls ridiculously fiddly, perfection demanded, extremely punishing. Amped is pretty much the extreme, like, Amped is to Extreme Sports what this is to racing. Just an extremely punishing and brutal experience. But I at least love the Extreme Sports genre, so I am up to the challenge like that. While I do like racing games, this just feels bad. I think that's the turn that I keep screwing up. I gotta not screw that turn up. Could have totally passed him, by the way, there. Or could have... My words were in the wrong order, but you know what I mean. Yeah, at least Amped had a soundtrack. Amped had a massive soundtrack. They put whole ass albums on that DVD. There were like 200 songs in the Amped soundtrack or something insane. I think it was about 200. Codemasters wants me to suffer in silence. And I could just go play Superman, because we do have the next game, and it's on my Xbox and everything. But at this point, I feel like mentally too invested and like in too deep with this, where I just have to play this. If I play anything else, I'll feel like I'm wasting my time. About playing the Cruisin' USA soundtrack. I don't know.
I see one final push to improve your position.
Like, look at what they do. He gets in front of me via cheating. Then he parked, well, he did park in front of me. I mean, I fucked up. I fucked up there, but he was about to do it. He was setting up for the park. That just ruins everything on the last lap. That's what they do.
So who are you looking at for next?
Okay. Dude, Ketrub, you have no idea. You have no idea.
The unevenness of the track means we will probably want to make the suspension on the car quite soft. We should...
Ketrub, I've been streaming for almost 3 hours today. We've made 0 progress. We've not progressed a single inch in those 3 hours.
You know what I'm looking for, so let's just get on with it, okay?
This game is fucking impossible. It's already over. That's why we haven't progressed in 3 hours. Every time that happens, we spend like 5 minutes rebooting the Xbox because this stupid piece of shit dashboard takes like 8 years to load.
The unevenness of the track means we will probably want to make the suspension on the car quite soft. We should...
I have no idea what the AI is doing. Aside from cheating. The AI is always cheating. But aside from that, I'm not sure. Man, I was in first place on that last lap. I had my opportunity. We were in first on lap 3. There's no retry race. It's because they don't want you to save scum it. They've taken a number of steps to make it as obnoxious as possible to save scum it, while also making it impossible to beat the game if you don't save scum it. And so the end result is this. We reboot the entire Xbox every time one turn goes wrong, and then spend 5 minutes going through all this bullshit again, because there's no retry the race button. I should probably check GameFAQs to make sure there's not like a secret, like Street Fighter combo input I can do to make it reset the race. Let's see. Pro Race Driver, Xbox, manual. Nah, there's no manual. No, there's no, there's no, like, on-console save stating or anything. That's... Certain flash carts can actually do that, but it's like that's a very fraught process.
The unevenness of the track means we will probably want to make the
And
suspension
no,
part
just
quite
like a soft modded Xbox absolutely cannot do that. Okay, yeah, I realized that I had never tried the back button before, so I press the back button, nothing happens. And the pause menu only has continue, sound, quit, and quit even harder. I've been thinking about, this is probably a bad idea. Yep, sure does, Ketrub. This is considered the arcade mode. Oop, there goes my turning. GG, reset the Xbox. I've been thinking about trying to fix my Xbox myself, just like buying a soldering iron and trying to fix the AV port. No, Gris. It doesn't turn at all. You can do whatever you want with the analog stick, but when the turning decides it's given up, you cannot turn the car. The car does not even pretend to attempt to turn. You get absolutely nothing. The car just continues to drive in a straight line as if you weren't touching the stick at all. Oh, forgot to mute the big noise this time. Sorry. The loud noise will be less of a problem once I'm no longer playing a game that requires me to reboot the Xbox like 100 times a stream. A 360? No, you can't. 360 has backwards compatibility through emulation. The emulator only supports certain games. Also, 360 modding is very complicated. It's a process.
The unevenness of the track means
I don't even have a modded 360, and I have like every console modded. I mean, you just have to mod chip it, but it has to be a chip. There's really no soft mod for the 360 unless you go back to like... I think there technically is a soft mod for 360 on a certain dashboard version from like 2007, or something like that, that like you will never see in the wild ever. But theoretically, if you find a new in stock launch 360, you can soft mod it and then enjoy it for a couple hours before it inevitably red rings. Other than that, you have to hard mod it. And to be honest, the info out there about hard modding, whenever I've looked into it, it's just been confusing to me. I've never understood it. There's something called RGH, but then there's also JTAG. And like, I kind of know what those things are, but not really. Yeah, Red Ring of Death, Gris. Until like that, they redid the 360 completely, and there was like the, no, reset. Basically, for a number of years, Microsoft was selling Xbox 360s that had a known critical hardware issue that would cause pretty much 100% of 360s to die after a certain amount of time. And it took them a number of years to fix that. And when your console does finally cook itself and die, it reports that it's done this to you via a red ring of LEDs on the front, so it became known as the Red Ring of Death. All you could really do at that point was send your console into Microsoft and they'd send you a new one. Yeah, I think the problem was, there's a lot of misinfo on the internet about what exactly causes the red ring, but I think it has to do with the solder, like, heating. It has to do with, like, heat cycles on the solder, where, like, over time, they just use this, like, really cheap, shitty solder that doesn't work right, and so over time, it just, like, cooks itself, and the solder joints break, and then that causes the GPU to like short circuit and just commit suicide, and then you're done. So it's something like that. It is a heat problem, yes. But the fact that it's the solder joints is why technically like that's why you'd see tricks back in the day of like, you know, here's the way you fix the Red Ring of Death. Wrap a towel around your Xbox. You know, shit like that. The towel trick was just like a ghetto method of reflowing your console. Yeah, put it in the oven. Like, the point is to reflow the solder joints. But even that could only save your Xbox for another couple hours before it would immediately die again, and this time for good. Because it wasn't just the solder joints. It was the fact that the broken solder joints were also causing, like, other parts of the hardware to fail. I think the GPU, specifically. There's the penny trick. I'm not even really sure what that is, but I've heard of it before. So you do something involving a penny that would allegedly cause your 360 to come back to life for a little bit. Yeah, I mean, the towel thing, that's why it spread like that. It does kind of work because you're causing your Xbox to overheat so hard that it like wraps around to being the good kind of overheating where it reflows itself, which is hilarious. But yeah, back before they did the slim hardware revision, Xbox 360s had a near universal failure rate. My 360 died, and I didn't even really abuse it too much. You didn't have to abuse it, just the resting temperatures of the 360 were hard enough to cook it. Mine died one day when I was practicing the Zone of the Enders 1 speedrun. I was gaming, and then suddenly it crashed. And then when I tried to turn it back on, red ring. I was just saying this in PMC's Discord before I started streaming today, but the fact that they released the 360 in 2005 is honestly crazy to me. Like, think of how many GameCube games we played in 2005, or that came out in 2005. And, like, meanwhile, Microsoft was already like, yeah, we're done. Next console, please. But also just how, like, unready they were. Where, like, the original 360 did not have an HDMI port because HD gaming was not a thing yet. The original 360 did not have Wi-Fi. You had to buy an adapter for it. The original 360, I mean, had horrible software issues. The original 360 was so expensive that they had to sell a version that came without the hard drive. Like, that's... Remember the Xbox 360 arcade? It just... Such like a baffling, like, rush to get the console out first that I think did sort of work out for them financially, but also led to them putting out, like, a real piece of shit console. That's just, like, very undercooked. So it's kind of a fascinating thing. Yeah, the PS3 also had the yellow light of death. Launch PS3s also just cook themselves, unfortunately. I think that's a... I don't really know what causes that. But it's just... I think it's also just a heat issue. The PS3 is fascinating at launch as well. Sony wanted to, like, replace your home computer with the PS3, it almost feels like. And that's why it launched with, like, 4 USB ports, the ability to install Linux, like a bunch of flash card sockets for, like, formats that didn't live. This is some really weird... Yeah, PS3 supercomputer was, like, a thing. I think it was, like, the US Army bought a bunch of PS3s to, like, cluster them for supercomputing purposes at some point. Just really... What a strange vision for a console. I don't know what everyone was doing in 2005 that they decided that the next system had to be, like, the weirdest shit ever. What'd I get? I wasn't paying attention. Did I even get anything? I got nothing. Not just that, not just the tax loophole, Grove Spaz, because that was a PS2 thing as well. PS2 Linux is a thing that exists. They had aspirations with the PS3. It's like how with the Xbox One, Microsoft was like, I don't know, remember the Xbox One reveal where they just were blabbing about TV the whole time? TV, television, TV, sports, TV, television, sports. That compilation will always make me laugh. But Sony had, like, that type of ambition for the PS3. Where it was like, this console is gonna replace all kinds of other shit in your home. You know, we get the Blu-ray player. Of course. Gotta repeat the PS2 successful DVD player thing, except nobody cared. I miss E3 a lot. There was like a... I really wish this had been filmed. I don't think it was. I don't think it was filmed, because I think they were, like, not supposed to film it. But in addition to that notoriously bad Xbox One reveal conference, they also packed a bunch of journalists into a stadium and did, like, a Cirque du Soleil show about Xbox. I remember reading articles about it at the time that described how, like, incredibly fucking weird the entire thing was. I think it was like they had everyone in the stadium and they were, like, wearing ponchos with LEDs on them that would, like, light up in time to music, and then there were, like, these giant balloon floats. And this is, like, Microsoft's strategy for promoting the Xbox. Does anyone remember hearing about this at the time? Does anyone know what I'm talking about, or am I just crazy? I need to find the lore on this now. This was a real thing that happened, allegedly. Hang on. Hang on, I have to find this. Where is it? I don't think it was filmed is the problem. Oh, has this been like completely memory hold? Where the hell is this? Yeah, I can't find it right now. This definitely happened though. Oh shit. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, there's proof that it happened. It looks like there's no. It looks like they don't really have footage of it, but there's proof that it happened. There's tiny little clips. Yeah, they like didn't film it. It was like just for journalists. I really hope that someone one day releases the footage. This is a reset, by the way. But yeah, the way the Game Awards is cringe is not nearly as fun as the way E3 used to be cringe. This is like a minor thing, and this is a more recent one. But towards the end of E3, Sony did some kind of conference where their plan was to funnel all of the journalists through like 4 different. Like they had some kind of massive complex of theaters, and they were gonna like move the journalists through like 4 different theaters to show 4 different games. And it took so long to get everyone to like stand up and move to the next one and sit down that after the first time they did that, they just like gave up on the concept. And all of the remaining games were just shown in theater number 2. I think it was the same E3 where they brought the guy out with the flute for Ghost of Tsushima. I think it was that one, but they had this like weird stupid idea that just like completely failed halfway through. And that one gets a laugh out of me.
The unevenness of the track means we will probably want to make the suspension on the car quite soft.
Yeah, I think it was that year. I think because they had a big tent that had 4 like zones in it.
Mr. McKinn, it is a pleasure to be working with you once again. This is a very important season for the team and its investors, as we wish to increase...
Yeah, no, you're kind of right, Rory, but it's less interesting in the way that it's bad than E3, which like for some reason E3 always had moments, you know. It would be like if that kid, the Bill Clinton kid, ran up on stage, but every year it was like that. There was always something. Yeah, it had a lot of it had real like insane corporate excess vibes. Just all the worst ideas, all the weirdest everything. And like how exactly does this help us sell the video game? I don't know. Yeah, nobody's trying to outdo anyone at the Game Awards either. E3 all of the wacky E3 moments were probably caused by people trying to steal the spotlight in any way they possibly could. Now they just drop their pre-rendered trailer, pay Jeff like $500,000 so he'll air it, and that's it. Out of my way, nerds. I have a race to finish in 4th in. And wait, what? Oh yeah, okay.
Okay, Ryan, this is the last lap. Now keep it going.
Yeah, that the last Game Awards had that weird AI cat trailer. I think that was the most controversial thing that happened. And that's like a pretty boring controversy if you ask me. I wonder if that'll even ever come out, or if that was just like one of those like AI things, like how there's crypto things, where it's just like all that money went into the trailer and then the actual thing will never materialize for one reason or another. All right, a pretty uncontested 4th. This is my second best race this is my new best race performance of the day in over 3 hours of playing this game. We got 3 whole points. I don't think that actually helps me get any closer to beating this, but we got 3 whole points. I mean, yeah, for sure, Ketra, but like, I don't know if it leaked or what, but like a year or two ago, the prices came out for how much you have to pay to get your trailer, you know, to get your trailer aired by Jeff Keighley. And it was legit like, I think it was like $250,000 for a 30-second trailer. It was something like that. I can't imagine how any company could ever justify that kind of spending on a 30-second trailer, when instead, I mean, I think for the indies there's a discounted rate. I don't know. I don't think any indie has that kind of money, and yet he does show a lot of indies. I kind of wonder too, because like, I think some are getting in for free or heavily discounted, because like, there are parts of the show where Jeff will be like, when I saw this game, I just knew that I had to show it. Please, please give a round of applause for this game. And then they show a trailer. And I do wonder, like, does that mean that he's like putting an indie game trailer in for free? Or is he just lying and he just took their $250,000? I don't know. But I don't think any indie could afford his prices, so I think there must be some kind of discounted rate depending on, you know, you submit your game and then he takes the best couple and they get in through some kind of discount. Well, green car, you killed me. And yet, there he is. Like, he didn't even flip backwards. Yeah, the AI cat game, somehow I suspect they paid the 250,000. But like, if they were willing to put up the 250K to get their stupid AI trailer in front of everyone, you figure they had to have had some kind of plan to actually make and release something. But I know a lot of projects like this will have really expensive trailers and then just vanish into thin air anyway. It's like, where the hell the money come from? I don't know. Some kind of investor scam, yeah. Like, how did I not pass either of them? Come on, guys. And we're in the pit. It's over. They thought it would be really funny if they put like a perfect square cutout here on this turn, where if you fail that turn, you get deposited into a sand trap from which there's no escape. So you can see that I'm now in dead last, thanks to that. Honestly, it's time to retire from this race. We're not winning that. Yeah, I feel like they must have somehow told investors, like, oh, getting your trailer at the Game Awards is huge. Give us $400,000 because that's how much it costs, knowing that it's only 250K. And then they take that 150, they, you know, put it in crypto, move it around a bit, and then they vanish into thin air, never to be heard from again. Anyway, please look forward to the Game Awards this year for the Lakeside trailer. I'm paying Jeff $250K for it. I'm not one of the impressive indie games, but I am paying him $250K. The enjoying pixel art ironically crowd wants to see some actual good pixel art. I've been working on my art recently. That's what I've been doing, actually. Last time I was messing with the game, I was trying to get... Like, what the... That guy... Just, yeah, I'll park myself sideways in the middle of the track. Sounds like a great plan. But last time I was working on my game, I was working on the tiles and trying to make it look a little bit less shit, please. But it's hard. It's hard. I tried to translate everything into the NES color palette just to see if like well, what if a different color palette helps, cuz like instead of just having instead of just having like an MS Paint ass just like grab whatever color I want. It's like, okay, NES color palette is familiar to people and it is a palette. So maybe this is a good idea. And that looked like turbo shit. That looked really bad. So I went back to the drawing board, and I ended up just kind of paring my use of color down a little bit without any like particular existing palette in mind, but it's still just like a bunch of random colors I picked out of a color wheel. It's not, there's no logic to it, but it still looks kind of MS Painty. I tried redrawing. I'm trying to get rid of any like early development assets when all of the tiles were 8x8 instead of 16x16. There's a lot of tiles that were drawn in 8x8, which is just like, obviously leads to the dreaded mixels. Not that I give a shit, but try to do away with that by drawing everything in 16x16. And that gives you more room for certain finer details as well. And I think I've made some slight improvements to the tiles, but it still kind of looks like ass, so I don't know. I'm just not really an artist at all. I can't do it. That's one of the problems with the NES palette, right? There's no yellow. I don't know how you make a palette and forget the color yellow, but Nintendo forgot the color yellow. They have this like hideous brownish yellow that you can choose from, and that's all you got. Another thing about the NES palette that's interesting is that it's like technically not well defined. It's not considered to be a well-defined color palette. Like results will vary based on TV settings, and there's been a lot of attempts to create different color palettes for the NES that are quote-unquote more or less accurate. I don't really know the specifics of why that is, but it's a thing. Maybe the Game Gear palette. I don't know. I also think that just in general, part of the problem is if we're doing 16x16 tiles, an 8-bit color palette is very incongruous. Like, you can tell it's weird. At least in my opinion, you can tell it's weird. Really, I think the most important thing is just number of colors on screen at a time. Kind of matters. Something like the Game Boy Color could technically do. The Game Boy Color's palette is like every color under the sun. It's not limited in any way, but you are limited to a certain number on screen at a time, sort of. Technically not true, but practically for most games it was true. So that's like where the look comes from there. CGA. No. I did not that long ago. I was just like drawing stuff. And I was like, what if? What would this look like in CGA? And the answer was like shit, because everything looks like shit in CGA. How much of this game is left? Wisdom Boy, in 3.5 hours, I have not made 1 inch of progress. We have to get 18 points out of the Australian thing, the Australian Cup, whatever they want to call it. And then after this, we unlock Lola, which is the final thing, and I have no idea how long Lola is, or what Lola is even. Is that going to be 6 more races? I'm assuming it's 6 races. Might not be, but I think that's probably what it is. And I also assume to beat the game, I have to win Lola. Like, actually win it on points, which would mean winning a number of those races. But right now, I've been trying to just win 2 Australia races for the last 3.5 hours. And the best I've ever done is 4th and 1. I'm sitting on 1/4 place right now. This one kind of seems winnable. I was doing okay there before I screwed that turn up. Oh, right. This is the one with the meme. This is the one with the meme in it, where they just put that there. Oh, nobody will ever give Anthony Birch a break. Has that guy written for any game since Borderlands 2? And yet, I still know exactly what you're talking about. I don't even know if he still exists on the internet. He did writing for the newest God of War? Really? Is that game full of memes too? Look at everyone slowing down when they get to the meme. Oh, it's so bad. Why is that on this track? There's just actually like a flat wall that you have no choice but to slam into. Here's my genius racetrack idea. You go 100 miles an hour into this wall. That's it. I'm done. That was my idea.
Okay, Ryan, I know you can make it into the points. Come on!
Yeah, they... Oh, someone pitted. Nice. You're lost, dude. I'm gonna lose a tire. I'm actually just gonna lose, but... Between that, there's a, Triforce Heroes has a Doge reference in it. Whoever was translating the games at Nintendo in the early 2010s, I disapprove. Yeah, if you take too much damage, you lose a tire, and your car... It already sucks to turn in this game, but your car, like, extra can't turn anymore after you lose a tire. Like, you just have to retire. You can no longer actually finish the race if you lose a tire, so you can't have that happen. And the tire will just pop off at some point. Probably when I hit the meme, it'll happen. Oh, here it is. Tire's still intact. I'm coming in 8th though, which is 0 points, so 8th is not good enough. Yeah, the Hammer Bros from Partners in Time. Damn, Partners in Time. Someday I should maybe replay that. Just for demonstration purposes. There goes the tire. I'm easing. I'm trying my best to always ease into the turns, because if you just slam the brakes, I learned 11 hours ago that if you just slam the brakes, the steering locks up every time. You can't just slam the brakes. It's bad under the skin. It's real bad. How come... like, that guy slammed face first into that car and somehow then just started pushing that car forward faster than I was driving. I think the game is cheating. I've been saying this for a while, but I really think that this game cheats. And for the record, I have no problem with naming scientific discoveries in Sonic the Hedgehog's honor. Sonic the Hedgehog rules. He's cool. I don't really know. I'm gonna admit to something. I don't really know how cars work. What happens if you paint the brake disc? I assume it just, like, slips, or the friction makes the paint catch on fire or something. Yeah, I would figure it would just smoke and wear off. Maybe if you had like a fun gasoline-based paint, which is a thing that doesn't exist. I mean, hey, it's called an oil-based paint, right? No. A fun gasoline paint. Yeah, I mean, I feel like you could make it. Pigment suspended in gasoline. I feel like that would be really dramatic too, as like a... like you finish your painting with the gasoline paint, and then at the gallery, you light it on fire. As like a performance bit. And it's like, oh, this is deep and meaningful about the impermanence of life or something. You know, it's like the Buddhist monks who do the shit with sand, except way more fun. Although those guys are really cool too, you gotta hand it to them. You do gotta give it to them under any circumstances. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay. No, not that. I don't think there are monks that do that. I think there was a monk that did that.
3 more laps, Ryan.
Are you sure? I'm pretty sure that was just a Vietnam War protest thing. Does he come from a long line of people who burned themselves? Driving with finesse, dude. Let's go. The brother actually got injured yesterday in a cutscene. You know that like ominous guy who like joined your team and was like, "Wow, he's a rookie, but he's in his mid 30s. I didn't know people in their mid 30s were still good for anything." And like they, like that guy, that guy intentionally crashed into my brother and put him in the hospital. And it turns out that my brother was like he was a good guy all along, and it's really this like other dude, this interloper. That guy is the ancient evil. I have to pit on this lap. I was honestly trying to pit on that lap, but I kind of got shut out. Kind of got shut out of it. If I don't pit on this lap, they disqualify me. I have no idea like what place I'm in right now. I assume probably like 12th. I think I've been doing kind of okay, but probably not okay to actually get points. We'll find out after the pit. And I'm doing like a minimal pit by the... Oh, what? What? Okay, there's a whole ass car in the track there. Well, I'm not coming in last at least. Yeah, hopefully. Maybe the other cars will help him flip right side up like turtles. I think if there's like a turtle that's been flipped upside down, I've seen videos of other turtles like helping their boy get back up. I think they'll do that. The AI turtles will help their own.
This is where you pit, Ryan.
Alright, don't fix the suspension. Don't bother. We gotta go. Alright, those are people that are in front of me. Yeah, literally. It's like, you think you're doing good, and then you pit, and you discover that you were doing bad the whole time. It was never okay. It was never even close to okay. By the way, this race is over 10 minutes long. It was never even close to okay. I'm in 15th. I was like, yeah, I'm getting the hang of driving this course without slamming into all the walls. You are in 16th place. Not even remotely close. I think this one's impossible. Just by virtue of like, I just think that one's impossible. This game doesn't. That's not really. I mean, I guess you're probably right. I guess you're probably right. If you pit on lap 1, then you won't be so far ahead, so everyone won't rubber band as hard. Theoretically, I think you're probably right. If I do attempt that race again, I'll start pitting lap 1. To be honest, though, I'm not sold on the prospect of winning that race, because it's like 10 minutes long. And even though I kind of thought I was doing okay there, I was in 15th, as it turns out. But that's about the best I got in me. So we'd be doing a little bit better maybe if it weren't for the rubber banding. But by the way, this is pointless because we just don't have enough points in general, even if I do win here. So this is a reset. Being in 3rd there is interesting though. Could do like the 4th race and the 6th race, maybe. The problem is, coming in 4th, I only got 3 points for that. If I had come in 3rd in that race and gotten 4 points, that would have improved my position for like what I need to accomplish to progress the game. But those 3 points are just kind of mismatched, where like, I still need to come in 1st in 2 races. Getting those 3 does not change that fact. Or, well, I guess technically it does. It's 1st and 2nd I would need. What do I think of these tracks? I hate them. I hate all of them. These tracks are by far the hardest tracks in the entire game. Well, I don't know. There are 1 or 2 others, but this like set of 6, getting any points at all out of this set of 6 feels like nearly impossible. I was able to do it in the rest of the game, and then the Australia tracks are just like, go to hell, mate. I haven't input it. I am taking damage, but I think I can do it without the no damage cheat. I was able to finish those, well, I didn't quite finish that 10-minute long race because it was pointless, but I would have been able to finish that 5 lap mountain race without losing a tire. So I kind of think I'm going to be able to do this with this car. I think it was just sort of an issue with that previous car I was using, where like it took damage too fast, so the tires would just pop right off. Some tech for turning. Give me the lore. Anything is worth messing around with. I've been playing for 4 hours. At the very bottom of the cornering section. One particularly interesting aspect of cornering. This paragraph, one particularly interesting aspect of cornering is one which I honestly do not know if it works in reality. I am not a real-world racer, although I would certainly love the chance to attend a racing school, 3 exclamation marks, but which works in numerous racing driving games I've played over the years. This aspect is to use the accelerator to help with quickly and safely navigating sharp corners. This works by first braking as usual in advance of the corner, then once in the corner itself, rapidly pumping the brakes for the duration of the corner, or at least until well past the apex. The action of rapidly pumping the accelerator appears to cause the drive wheels to catch the pavement just enough to help stop or slow a sliding car, causing the non-drive wheels to continue slipping and the entire car to just turn a little faster. I think what he's described is the concept of accelerating out of a turn, which... brilliant discovery. Actually, that might work. You know what? That might actually work. We gotta get a good sample size of turns. I kind of think that's actually working a little bit. Not sure if I'm gonna finish 3 laps of this without a tire popping off, but yeah, that weird, I'll call it the meme from now on. Like, the meme, it gets everyone. It gets everyone equally. It's a terribly designed piece of the course. Just like, yeah, we put a 90-degree turn in our track that's so tight that literally nobody can do it. It's barely wide enough to fit a car through there. Yeah, this like mash the accelerator thing, I think it does actually work. You still have to slow down correctly though, which is part of the problem. But I think if you slow down correctly, this does actually work. Well, that car just sent me into the grass. I assume there's no air conditioning. Damn, just like me when I'm gaming. No. Okay. Well, rip to that guy. Rip to both those guys. Alright, okay. So, now I just have to not let anybody pass me for the next, like, 6 minutes. Here comes the meme. I also have to not wreck myself in the process. I really don't know how you're meant to do this part. I think I'm better off not attempting it. Just drive through the grass, just go straight through. I think it's a flat patch of grass, and I should be able to just drive straight through it. Looks like I even gained a lot of distance on the people behind me. Oh shit. No. Tire gone. Or, I still do have a tire, actually. We're still in there. I don't know why I couldn't reverse for a while. I'm pleased to inform you that we are still in there. We've always been in there, and we're gonna keep being in there. 2 more laps. I'm at like 1% HP. Flashing red health bar. All that stuff. Okay, we might be out of there. We might not be in there anymore. It might be over. If you mean the Xbox thing yesterday, Zero, I did not watch it. And no, that's not, we have not discussed that today. We were talking about it yesterday because I was streaming during it. A lot of exciting Ninja Gaiden news. I don't think I care about anything else, but exciting news if you're into Ryu Hayabusa.
Final lap, final chance
I need this guy to choke. I need this guy to choke, and I need to not choke. Yeah, the silly grab man. He actually has his own games. And in those games, he is a ninja who does stuff. I don't really know. I haven't played them. I kind of like want to play. Like they released the remake of Ninja Gaiden 2, and I kind of want to play it, but I can't play it until I play Ninja Gaiden 1 on Xbox. And I still can't play it after that because I'm too busy. How did that guy still end up in front of me after I literally just like fucking bodied him? He slammed broadside into the wall. And it's just like, oh, I don't care. You think that affects me? You think that affects me? You have no idea of my power. It's over. This is super winnable though, I think. I mean, we kind of got lucky that I was in first for a bit. The people that were in front of me performed as stupid. Oh, and there's that guy. Yeah, that doesn't help. That's just like 2 more points, right? That doesn't help at all. That's the best I've ever finished that. But that really doesn't help at all. I have 5 out of my 18, so we still need a 4th and a 1st. I'm not going to save that. I'm not going to save that because 4th and 1st is hard. That's a hard ask of these races. But yeah, I'll try what we were talking about a bit ago here. I'll pit on the first lap and see if that makes them rubber band a little bit less because I get to hang out in the back. Yeah, the wall slam at the start of lap 2. I just didn't expect that turn to come up so quickly at the start of the lap. That was the problem. I was in first by kind of a lot, and then that happened, and then after that, it was just over. I was able to complete 3 laps without dying, though. It's the power of the Carrera Markets car. It's really good. Never heard of this car manufacturer before, but I think I'm gonna make my next car a Carrera Markets. If I ever make a racing game, if I'm ever in a position where I'm the director of the next Forza game, I think I'm going to start charging car manufacturers to improve the stats of their car. Like, oh, you want your car to be the best car in the game? Okay, pay me. Oof. This is like turbo dirt. That really screws you over fast. That's like... Look at them both passing me on either side.
Yeah, Ryan, what are you down to?
I mean, I did what I had to do to get in front of that other guy in the pit. Yeah, but a lot of cars pit on lap 1. But me and this guy, he knows that I cut him off before, and now he's returning the favor. Look at that. No, I start in front of you. He's on my team, too. I think that's... No, that guy's not on my team. Yeah, that's the challenging part. I can't... If I pit in like lap 2 or 3, I've kind of got like a midpoint where I heal myself. Now I just have to do 4 laps without dying. When I say just, I mean 4 laps without dying and good. And one of my tires is already about to pop off. I'm about to get the legendary Hungry Box pop off from my front right tire. I didn't pass any of the people who pitted on lap 2. They're all ahead of me. Oh, okay, now we're passing a handful here, but a number of people who pitted on lap 2 are ahead of me legitimately. Well, cool. Of the people in front of me, it looks like 5 of them maybe are pitting right now. It's 4. I think there are 4 up there that hadn't pitted yet. And everyone else that's in front of me is legit in front of me. And then those 4 are question marks. Ooh, yeah, the dirt right there, the dirt on the right side of the track there is like genetically modified dirt that just slows the car down even harder than normal dirt does. I guess dirt doesn't really have genetics, but you know what I mean. Special formula dirt. Do I mean sand? I guess I mean sand, but it looks like dirt. It still looks like dirt, but they've like spray painted the sand green there. And there goes the tire. All right, it's a, well, let me double check that. Yeah, no tire. No tire. No, don't save. Okay. Almost pressed yes to that. Anyway, I think race number 4, the one that has the meme, I think that one, I think that's like my best bet at a genuine first place. I did kind of have to get lucky to be in that position. But like look at this shit. Like, that's not happening. Like, this race is not happening. I think Canberra is my best shot. How come everyone gets to start faster than me? What are they doing to make that possible? Yeah, right, Zero. As a kid, when I got my GameCube, I got it with Wave Race Blue Storm. Wave Race Blue Storm was too hard for me to finish on normal as a kid. I never beat Wave Race Blue Storm until I was an adult, and I went back and did it. And this game makes Wave Race Blue Storm look like nothing. That game is pretty complicated, though. If anyone's not familiar, the Wave Race series is known for, like, it's over. Yo, Xana, thanks for the raid. Hi, Xana. Bad day for a raid. I've been up to some shit with this game today. That sucks. I will not be de-stressing you in this stream. This has been 4 hours and 14 minutes straight of salt, basically. This game, I have made no progress in this game today. In over 4 fucking hours of playing it. I feel like after this, there's no way Lola is harder than Australia. This is truly insane. Oh, thanks, guy. I guess I'll just lose. I guess I'll just fucking lose then. Because some dude behind me has decided I think I want this person specifically to lose. It's now completely over. There's no way to catch up. Oh, well, that guy pulled a tapioca there. He's off to the side.
Well done. Try to get a podium place now.
And he's back. He can do that and then still just catch me and then just go up there. And then just go all the way up there. Like, sure. Why not? Why not? Crime is legal. Do whatever the fuck you want, game. Cheat as hard as you please. You don't get to choose your car, Gris. This is actually the good car. We spent the first chunk of the stream playing with a car that was much worse than this one, and that was truly hopeless gaming. Ever since I swapped to this car, I've been able to actually, like, keep up at the start. The first, like, hour and a half of this stream was just me being in 20th constantly because of this, like, crap car that couldn't make a single turn. This car can theoretically make turns, which makes it the good car. My whole engine is shot already, just from that. Yo, gaming though, survived the meme. I survived the meme and all I got was this t-shirt. I don't think my engine taking damage actually matters, to be honest with you. Like, it does, I think it affects your top speed on some level, but what do I care? You see how many times I have to come to a complete stop on this course? What do I care about top speed? As long as a tire doesn't pop off, we were still in there. Yeah, that's good grass. Like the grass on the right side on that mountain track, that's the GMO grass. That stuff is bad. But this grass is good grass. Actually, is way faster to take the shortcut. So, what the scenario is that there are 6 races. we need to place in first on 2 of them, or first on 1 of them, and then some combination of slightly lower rankings on the others. But we do have to win at least something. The best I've ever done on anything so far is like 4th, unfortunately. I've been unable to place higher than 4th on any race, and there's one race I was able to get that 4th on. Look, I'm still going like 90 miles an hour on that grass. Compare that to the GMO grass from the other race, where touching the grass instantly makes you go 40. That's just better grass. So like the actual numbers are that we need 18 points from 6 races. First place gives you 10, second place gives you 6, third place gives you 4, fourth place gives you 3, fifth place gives you 2, sixth place gives you 1, 7th through 20th is just quit, you get nothing. So we need to do some combination of placements that adds up to 18. How? Dude, how? Submit video evidence. I don't believe that you actually just fucking did that faster than me. Okay, we should probably take second here. I don't think that actually helps me in any way. That's good though, second. That's good. I don't think that helps me. Let's see, I have a total of 9 points. So I need to win a race. I'm gonna save. I need to win or get like a second and a 4th. But one of these two has to be a win. And I don't think it's going to be this one. I think it's going to be the 6th one. But that, I'm going to call that genuine progress, sort of. Semi-genuine progress. I think I've decided that race 6 might be winnable as well. Race 5 is a lost cause. This is the track with the GMO grass. This track sucks ass. I don't want to do that. But Sandown, I think, is winnable. I haven't really spent that much time on this track, honestly, because by the time you get to race number 6, you already know you're mathematically eliminated. So I haven't spent that much time here, but I think it's winnable. Sorry, fire truck. Why did... I really just want to know why hitting the left side of the car did nothing to him and meanwhile flipped me backwards. Like, physics-wise, I don't quite get that. If anyone here has a degree in physics and can explain, I'm all ears. Okay, well, whatever. The point is, I think that's winnable. Also, here's a glitch we use to get back in faster. If... Bam, and we're back. Like, we don't... I found a way to reload your progress on a championship without having to reboot the console. So that's pretty good. No. As far as I can tell, the money is just like score or something. I think someone might have said that the money is required to like as an entry fee, but I haven't noticed paying any entry fees. So I kind of think it's just like score. There doesn't seem to be like a parts shop or anything. Gasoline-based paint. I'm sure you can make that. Like, oil paints are a thing. And it's just an oil paint, but instead of whatever, you just use gasoline. That guy quite literally stopped in the road in order to get me. Oh shit, no, you're right. No, you're right. I think you're right. I don't think gasoline-based paint's gonna work. I think gasoline actually, like, strips paint. It's the anti-paint. Performance improves. I just need really stupid conversations to focus on instead of the game. That's what it is, honestly. Too much focus is not good for me. Too little focus is not good for me. I need to just be playing the game while yapping about something ridiculous. It always helps. Like, look what I've done. Look what's happened. Okay. I really don't think we can catch that guy up there. I do have to catch him. Second is not good enough. But we sort of had some tragedies in this race, and it's still second place. So, like, I feel like if I can just, like, avoid some stupid stuff. How much time can I save? I'm hoping to sub 45. The goal is under 45 minutes, or 45 hours. 45 minutes. 45 hours is the goal. I low-key kind of feel like I will not sub 40 for sure, but I low-key kind of feel like it would be possible. It's not impossible to beat the game 100% in under 40 hours. I'm not going to do it though, but I'm predicting like 43 hours, something like that. Alright, well, I will not be getting second then. I will not be getting second then. Don't know what that guy's problem is. See ya. He just let me pass. But this doesn't matter anymore. I don't think that's the reason why current shipping prices to Canada are what they are. It hasn't even been a week. I don't think I've ever tried to ship anything to Canada, though, so I don't really know. I don't really know what the baseline is. Or wait. No, I've never tried to ship anything to Wait, have I? Who was... No, that wasn't Canada. That was Georgia. Totally different. I really don't ship things very often. I'm not much of a shipper, you could say. And then the entire car does a sick 500-degree flip. Fuck you, game. Yes. Yes, that is what that means, still. Man, if it weren't for this, like, sand fucking pavilion over here, this... Like, it actually looks like a lot of the turns can kind of be ignored on this track, except for that one. They've constructed the Guinness World Records world's largest sandbox next to the track, so I can't really, I have to respect that or it'll put me in the sandbox. Damn, that was actually going okay for a second, and then I really slowed down. Might be some secret extra strength dirt in there, but a lot of that dirt looked like you could kind of just drive through it. Like, I think that crash is good. I think you want to slam into the wall there. I don't know that I would call it the Baten Kaitos origins of racing games. What I said earlier was that this is the amped of racing games. And I think that that's very applicable. This game's design has a lot of similarities to Amped, the 22-hour-long snowboarding odyssey. Oh shit, that was bad. Don't want to hit the wall like that. I think the challenge is to make sure you have a lot of speed as you go through dirt so that you don't lose that much. I think that's how you take optimal use of the dirt. No, that's no good. Kind of came close to actually passing a guy there. I couldn't do it. No. You can see how this is winnable though, right? Like this, we're right there. I just have to like get just like a 10% better race and then we win. I don't know that I need to foresee it, Chris, so much as I currently see it. No, I don't know, probably, maybe. There's a lot of weird low-budget Xbox games by no-name devs out there. And a lot of them are operating in genres that I do not like, so... Metabots. Metabots Infinity for the GameCube was just a really, really bad gaming experience all around. Not a good game that I do not recommend. It just like, I don't know, it's a lot of little things and then some big things with that game. Like there's a lot of minor annoyances, like the fact that they dump you onto the overworld after every level and you just have to wander around until you randomly find the next level. That's just like, okay, that just sets the tone. Imagine if an entire game was like that, and that's Metabots Infinity. I think the most insane thing about it was the that one level we had to do like 4 times. And the one time we had to do it with those parts where you weren't allowed... Wait a minute. This is the Metabots of the Xbox. In that one level, you had to do it with parts where you weren't able to fucking turn. The connection was right in front of us the whole time. But yeah, that, there was one level that took like... It's already like a 20+ minute long level where you have to win a number of fights in a row. But then... It was just like... What if you also had to do it with these parts where you can go in a straight line, or you can come to a complete stop and then turn in place, but that's all you've got. Like, you have to like slowly, awkwardly like angle yourself through doors, and you're trying to like fight other mechs that are like shooting you with rockets while you're trying to like get through the fucking doorway. It's really bad. That level was a miserable experience. And just in general, the level design. Oh yeah, right. Right. No, yeah. The other part was that not only could you not move, but your only weapon was an RNG weapon that shuffled itself every 20 seconds, and half of the options were completely worthless. So you'd be shooting someone, and then it'd be like, oh, whoops, we just switched to the gun that doesn't do anything. Now I have to fucking sit here and wait for the next gun to shuffle in and see if that one's better. In addition to not being able to turn. And then, yeah, I did get to the end of the level and then got one shot by an off-screen laser right at the end and had to do the whole thing twice. That is a thing that happened. So, Metabots Infinity. The level design was just complete ass in general, where, like, it was these really, like, big maze-like levels where you would press a button and you just had no idea what the button did. So you'd just be wandering around looking for buttons that you would then hit and then wander around again trying to figure out what the button did. And there was like, that was just every level in the game. Yeah, that too. There's only 2 different enemies in the entire game. There were the crab dudes with the hammers, and there were the turrets. And I think that was like literally it, right? They didn't even introduce like recolors of those enemies that did different things or had higher stats or anything. It was just, those are the 2 enemies in the game. And every level is just buttons, crabs, and turrets, and nothing else. Also, just for good measure, you have to play every level like 3 times. Yeah, Metabots is the worst GameCube game. That's... For a long time, my answer to that question would have been Buffy the Vampire Slayer Chaos Bleeds, which is more of a personal, subjective thing. But Metabots Infinity is just the true worst GameCube game. I think that's kind of subjective as well, though. Like, the actual... Like, in a world where Nickelodeon Party Blast exists, I think calling any other game the worst is always going to be pretty subjective take. But I say Metabots is the worst because I had a lot less fun with it. The fun per hour was a lot worse. Or like the total, you know, total area under the fun curve was a lot lower with Metabots than it was with Party Blast. To put this in calculus terms for some reason. That's how I think of it. I'm sorry for being a hopeless nerd. Nate, I am so not winning. It's hard to explain just how little I'm winning in this game. Oh yeah, I forgot about that detail. At the end of Metabots, after the credits and stuff, there's a post-game. But the US release actually broke the post-game by accident, so you can't beat it. There's like some kind of fetch quest you have to do that demands you replay all of the levels. And it's broken, so you can't actually complete the fetch quest. So there's a bonus level that's just like perma-locked on the US release of the game. So that's just one more reason why Metabots Infinity is the worst GameCube game. It just, I don't know. I don't know, it's bad. It's real bad. You know, I'm gonna check something. Remember that one level where I had to shoot a laser at a turret for like 10 minutes to get it to die because there was a thing under it that I needed to hit? And we just couldn't understand. Like, we never did figure out why it was taking so many hits. Like, the stats are just like completely opaque black box nonsense. Yeah, so we need 5 more points. But check this out. This dude, I've been curious about this. I just thought of this. That dude gives me the call, and we now have Kony 2025. The one-day event. I have to, if I win this... If I can win this race... I feel like this car looks like science fiction. I'm driving like a future car. Wow, these guys are kicking my ass. They're just leaving me behind. Really bad, Chris. That's really not going good at all. Oh, is this the Nissan Skyline? It is, isn't it? Because there's the R on the back. Yeah, the world record for the game is 6.5 hours. The game is so goddamn long, and it's just playing the same levels over and over again. The same awful levels. And the best games on the Xbox and on the GameCube, since someone asked and I ignored them. The best games are Sunshine, F-Zero, TTYD, and then 2 others, I don't know. Probably Melee, and then I don't know what the 5th is, but yeah. I have very conventional opinions when it comes to what the best games are. I'm not here to be like, the best game is Go-Go Hypergrind. I bet you've never heard of it, but I have. Nah, like, that game's okay, but... Well, that... Screw attack, opinion invalidated. But, yeah, no, Resident Evil 4, I did give it a 4. You guys guilted me into giving that game a 4, even though it was a 3. Let's be real, it was a 3. It was fine. It didn't like pop out to me as an amazing game. Like, a lot of people love Resi 4. I just thought it was kind of alright. You know, it was well made. There was a lot of parts that I just thought were bad. That one room was bad. Really, like, it just kind of, I don't know, like, the village was cool, but then once you get out of the village and into the manor, it's just, like, hours upon hours of manor slop. Like, the level doesn't, it just, to me, the game is no longer interesting. At least until you get to Disc 2 and you're on an island, and then it's okay again, but... Like, so much of the game is just spent in that fucking building, and it's just boring as all hell. I am not winning that. But I kind of think that might be winnable. That's good to know. It's good to know that we have that there. So if I get like second, if I manage to get like second on this race, I think that I think we'll actually save it. And then at that point, we'll just have to get fourth on Coney. If I only had the cash to buy one game, it would hold you over for a while. Yeah, for sure. Like there's, like definitely, you know, you play that game as a kid. Oh wait, wrong track. Like you play Resident Evil 4 as a kid, I could see getting really into it because, you know, there is a lot of like, you beat the game, but, you know, now beat the game like this, now beat the game like that, now there's this side mode, now there's this other side mode, you know, here are all these little optional things you probably missed your first playthrough that you can do on your next playthrough, that kind of thing. You know, the game lends itself well to that. I think a lot of the Resident Evil games do. But that sort of stuff doesn't appeal to me at all. Like, not just because I'm doing a console challenge here, I'm not going to do all that, but also just because in general that sort of stuff doesn't really appeal to me at all. But, you know, I finish a game, I'd like to play a different game now. Unless I really, really loved what I played on the first playthrough, I'm not really interested in, like, extra shit after it. But, I don't know, I could see that, like, getting really into all that as a kid, and then being like, holy shit, Resident Evil 4, best game ever. And, like, you learn the lore about all the little set pieces in the game, and it's like, oh, it's the part where this happens, let's go. Like, here's the part where this happens. Did you know that if you stand here during it, it makes the boss do this? You know, stuff like that. I could see, I see it, but personally, for me, game was just kind of okay. There's a way to make the physics a bit easier. Yo, please do let me know, Chris. We did see that there's a cheat code for alternate physics, but apparently the alternate physics are even harder, so I don't think that's what I want. But if you have any lore at all, then please post it in chat. I'm desperate. Yeah, there's a cheat for sim handling. Apparently what I'm doing right now does not classify to Codemasters as sim handling, the fiddliest, most annoying racing controls of all time, and this is arcade to these people. Well, I kind of see where he's coming from, you know, like, there were third-person shooters before Resident Evil 4. Kill Switch on the Xbox comes to mind. Operation Winback, based for the Nintendo 64, comes to mind. But, like, you know, can you really be like, this is the game, that's the big deal. Operation Winback invented the cover shooter. Like, sure, but nobody, when people started making third-person shooters after that, they were not ripping off Winback. They did not know that Winback existed. Nobody knows that Winback exists. Actually, people probably do now, because it's on Switch, so. You know, not just to do something, but to do something in a way that actually makes an impact. There's that counts for something. I mean, if you're selling me, Rory, on going back in time to stop Resident Evil 4 from existing, you mean I can delete Fortnite and Gears of War? All I have to do is go back in time and convince them to release Devil May Cry as RE4. We can change the future. Nah, PUBG wouldn't exist either, because, I mean, PUBG launched third person only. They patched first person mode in later. The original vision for PUBG is that it is a third person shooter. Man, I don't want to go back in time and delete Shenmue though. I wouldn't want it any other way. Is it sad that Sega doesn't make hardware anymore? Sure, but don't want to live in a world where we have to sacrifice Shenmue and Yakuza for that. No, I've never heard of that before. I mean, if we're just naming games with zero in the title, F-Zero, Yakuza 0, Zero Time Dilemma, True Banger ZTD. Zero Time Dilemma is such a funny game. Nothing will top the experience of playing that game on launch and just like realizing like, oh, this is not the masterpiece that I wanted it to be. God damn it. Third. If I had taken second, I might have. I don't think third is really... Oh, there's another lap. Well, that sucks though. I choked that turn. And we choke it again. Should we take this? I just think we can do better, but technically this isn't, like, if we third here means we walk out of here with how many points? 13 out of my 18, which means I need first or second on the Coney race. First or second. We have to decide now. Do we save that or do we not save that? I've only really done the Coney race once. I don't know. I don't know how viable. I don't know how viable it is to actually come in second there is the problem. I think I'm not going to save this. Second place gets 6. Yeah, if I didn't screw up the turn twice, we could have even maybe had first. And if we get first on this, then Coney just goes out the window. Who cares about him? So I think we're going to not save that. I think if I get second, then there's an argument to be made. But otherwise I don't think so. I think, because if I get second there, then that's 6 instead of 4. So then I just need 4 more points. And then I can come in third on the Coney. No, I straight up think we might just have to win this. I don't know, like here, I'm not going to save, but let's give this race another shot to just like, as a scouting mission, you know? Let's just do this again and see. Try to get a feel for how easy or hard it might be to come in like third in this. Because it might be that none of this matters and I have to actually win. Is this car really called the R34? Could have picked any number. So many numbers in the world. Infinite numbers even. Yeah, I know it's like the Skyline GTR. I know I've played enough GameCube racing games that I have started to notice certain cars. I'm like, oh, there's that car again. I remember that car being good in X game, you know, that sort of thing. I'm being forcibly taught to recognize cars, unfortunately. But, yeah, the specific model number being R34 is funny. Way too fast. I caused enough wreckage that I get to hold my position, though. Hilarious, dude. You think you can pass me? No consequences? Well, you're probably right, but not this time. Okay. Yeah, it's probably one of those, like, cars. You know, when you think of like Japanese street racing 90s type shit, I bet this car was there. Third, not good enough. That guy passed me on the outside. Like, come on. At least disguise your cheating a little better. Guy passed me all the way on the outside.
That's good. Just the race leader to catch now.
He's still right on me, isn't he? This could be huge. I don't even think he is right on me. Well, there you go, right? That's my points, I think.
What the hell
It was
happened?
Landers. He didn't slow down. He accelerated into the pit and he hit Bobby.
You dirty freaking psychopath. What the hell's up with you, huh?
It was my right of way. He shouldn't have
Nah,
stood
don't
there.
give me that crap.
It was my right of way. Like, yeah, okay.
A favor? Just 'cause I got people
Fucking
out
like
there shaking me
Jafar
down for a win, don't
from
make that
Aladdin
easy.
talking
I
guy.
can
I'm
right
sure
now
he's a
and
good
find a
dude.
better driver. That's right. I'll go out right now and get McCain.
Yeah, go and get the golden.
At least the guy still got his own name. Maybe he'd like to find out yours. Yeah, that's right, James freaking Randall.
James freaking Randall.
That race.
Yeah? Well, I never asked you to whack the guy.
They literally did a secret name reveal. Or should I say,
Take me on.
I don't
James
need a secretary,
freaking Randall.
kid.
No, you gotta manage me.
I gotta? I ain't managed in a decade. I'm out of that game, and you know what else? I ain't looking to get back in. I'd rather ride bareback on a Texas Longhorn.
I need you back in.
That ain't a reason.
I got Bobby and Donnie in the hospital. I got people telling me 1,000 different things.
Why do you think I'm different, kid?
My father said you were a good man, a man that I could trust, and that's good enough for me. I need you, man, please.
Cool model car on the truck.
If I were gonna take a driver on, oh, he'd have to be something special. He'd gotta have passion, skill, style.
This guy hasn't seen my
reflexes like
turning.
lightning, and reactions like
This
a
guy doesn't know
goddamn
what I had to
mouse.
do to get here.
He could be the best, and it wouldn't impress me one darn bit. If I were to take a driver on, he gotta be more than the best. He gotta be the greatest.
All right. All right. Lola. The Lola World Championship. I ain't coming out of retirement just to make up the numbers. I need you to put what has happened behind you, because between us, I reckon we got the skill and experience to win. And that's where we're gonna stop for today. Tomorrow, Lola. The Lola World Championships. Holy shit, dude. It took 5 hours to win 2 races, and I didn't even win 2 races. I just placed okay-ish in 4 of them. Ah, God, yeah. I just needed a 4th, a 2nd, a 3rd, and then a 4th on Coney coming in clutch at the end there. Give me something kind of easy-ish. All right, well. So the problem is, if we have to win Lola, like, hang on, let's just do it. Let me just scope this out for a second. How bad's Lola? I'm skipping whatever cutscenes probably here. Okay, no, championship progression. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 7 races. We have to probably be the point leader after 7 races, which means winning. Like, coming in first. One of them is the fucking AI ring, which I hate. One of them is Nürburgring as well, which I also hate. I don't care. They should have made their one more distinct. Yeah, Bathurst was one of the ones from Australia as well, maybe, right? I think so. I don't know which Australia track that was, but hopefully they give me a good car. Otherwise, I don't know what's gonna happen here. But tomorrow we find out. So oh, it's the mountain one? Shit. I'm gonna head out. Thanks everyone a ton for watching.